Hello, Faye. Welcome in. Oh, I forgot to do one thing as the stream started. Hello, Shark Pie. It's so hot. How was my trip? It was hot. Very hot. But I had a lot of fun. Visiting all the people that I know in Europe. If it wasn't for the heat and the lack of air conditioning, I definitely would go more often. I mean, I would go back more often, but... Let's go and de-adjust chatting for now. Alright, we are not winning, and I am also not using my 3D model today. It's too hot to put my... It's too hot to put my trackers on. And I'm also not done eating, so we're just gonna be chatting for a little bit, and then we're gonna be working on a mod for Megabong. And don't worry about it, SharkByTel. I have been working on your comm. I'm on piece 2 out of 8. I'm trying to get all of the polys to be low enough. I've got the back of the helmet and the front, which I guess in itself maybe that's everything I need to do. I didn't see the other pieces together, because if I put everything at once, my computer explodes. Because the model is way too unoptimized for that. Yeah, okay, that's good. I've been putting more time slots into my calendar, so I work on my comms more often. But yeah, I need to finish eating this pasta. Already finished the sausages. Maybe we should have a little bit background stuff. Pennies? I think there are. Yeah, pennies. With a pepper and meat, pasta sauce. But of course, because I am me, I added extra spice. It's been forever since I've heard this song. Oh, speaking of spice, the US is investigating Taco Bells about a thing that apparently has been giving a lot of bowel syndromes to people. Some kind of parasite. My take is probably it's just the cyclospora. I thought it was just a white people thing of not being able to tolerate spice, so they just themselves. I thought that's what it was. Because I went to a Taco Bell twice. One time in the US, and one time in Canada. And I never really get any problems from it. Yeah, same. That's why I said I'm pretty sure it's just a white people thing not tolerating spice. Because in that regard, I'm probably the least white man you can find. I mean, during my subathon, I just did a spicy challenge thing. There was a chocolate bar that was extremely problematic, but I also had a little gummy nitro, and that one was fine because it only affected the mouth. If you don't consume the thing in itself, it's fine. And for the chocolate bar it's like so tiny. You're only supposed to take one piece. I ate the whole thing because I did not bother to read the instructions. I was like, okay, yeah, it's a spicy challenge. That's fine. Yeah, it's hot. And the aftermath was less problematic than I expected. So like, it's fine. This freaking song just I'm on fire. Yeah, I'm literally talking about spice. That is so fitting. That is funny. Played a FromSoft game on max difficulty and won. I mean, they don't really have a difficulty. It's more like I went with no equipment load, with the starting gear, and I just kept dodge rolling. Hello, Nyan. Hello, Blue. I have had a little spy tell me that there was a Nyan stream today. Well, I was at work, so I feasibly could not even like go to see it. They have quite literally blocked Twitch from the Wi-Fi. It's unfortunate. Yeah, but I would assume that some people probably were abusing with high quality streams, like 1080p, 60 FPS, and just like taking the entire bandwidth of where I work. Yeah, that is my guess. I don't know why. But... So many cry. Why is everybody crying? But yeah, hope everybody had a good day today. What do you mean you took the entire company's bandwidth watching somebody play Minecraft? Yeah, imagine. The very few times that I watched something, I made sure that the bandwidth was like at the bare minimum 144p, if possible. Rain and cool down, but the humidity's crazy high. Yeah, that's the natural cycle of things. It rained yesterday, so it's mostly very humid. But I don't think the temperature is that bad. It's a 31 feeling. It's not that bad. Oh wow. Y'all know, I mean, have y'all heard of the VTuber called Essie? She's been wearing jerseys of the teams that are competing in the football or soccer for people that call it the proper way, or I mean, whatever you want to. Hello, Nita. Good night. I hope you get your stream fast and you just scatter. And yeah, nobody claimed first. You managed to just snatch it almost 15 minutes in. Good job. Unlike most streamers, when somebody claims first, I take it off. So it doesn't take a slot that people would be able to. Because every team she's cheered on lost so far, except for France. France managed to win when she wore it. But now she's back on the losing streak. So if somebody is on Polymarket betting on teams, they should bet for what Essie's been wearing to lose. That would have been a massive cash opportunity. But they lost their last game, so they're going to be competing for 3rd or 4th place. I'm talking about France. Because Spain is just so oppressive on the field. At least that's what I've been hearing. I have seen 0 actual gameplay of the game. I've only heard commentary from people, because they always play when I'm coming back from work, so it's like can't really pull out the game on my phone. Because if France is going for the win one more time. Hold up. Who lost the last game? I need I need to look. Argentina won, so it's England. Guys, France, England for third place. Let's go! Let's go! So it's gonna be Argentina versus Spain in the finals. It's gonna be in Eastern time, so it's my time. Damn, on Saturday, I guess I could actively watch the game. Maybe. If I end the stream at like 5 my time, we could maybe watch the game and see France against England. Or at least I know inside of one Discord I might be able to catch that game. I don't know how much people are into soccer here. Okay. Time to open up a bunch of stuff. Blender opens in 1 second. Unity takes forever. Yep. Such is the life of these programs. Okay, this is open. Let me go to screen feed. I can at least show you the model. So the back part, look how optimized and clean this is. So this part, all completed with mirror modifier, is about... Is it 13K? That can't be, right? Oh, it's in triangles, right? Yeah, okay. And if I do that, it's only 6.9. Okay. But yeah, this part is much cleaner. I managed to preserve all the detailing. It is probably still gonna be decently high poly in like the total triangle count at the end. I started this part recently, and you can see I've started here, and then I need to go through all of this, make sure that it remains smooth enough to maintain the look, and then this part I'll smooth it up a little bit. I'm just trying to reduce the poly count, and then I'll get back the smoothness of the normals. This part is the most annoying part, because I want to retain this mesh, like this grid look, without removing too much of it. So as you can see, like, this middle section is kind of annoying because I like to cut my work in half by just doing one part at a time. But I'm wondering if I'm gonna need to like re-import the model just to see the cut. And I don't know how much you want this part, because this is still in the front. So it's gonna be visible. I don't know if I should do something about the grid. But yeah, all of these little holes I tried to preserve without having them triangulate instead of squares. Yeah, if worse comes to worse, I can turn it into a texture. That could be fine as well. But if you look at the triangle count of these parts, it's not too bad. Like you can see, all of these shapes as 2 triangles, 2 triangles, 2 triangles, 2 triangles. It's just a triangle per whole segment. It's very not bad. That is one of the the thing I can do. I'll configure emotion, speech, eye movement. I mean, there is a thing that can be done with the shape keys. So basically, you would go the... I mean, I was gonna say the old way, but no, it's still the current way. You would have all the emotions mapped to a shape key. So just like a regular model, you would have eye up, and you'd probably take this part and just raise a little bit the lines that I will keep here. So knowing that you want to put emotions and stuff, that's actually very important, because I would have probably gone another step further with the retopology. But if you're telling me that this is the face in itself, I will try to optimize as well, because like I didn't go through this part yet, but here it's not like straight, so I need to do that. Yeah, it's not that hard to do. I could literally show you in like a second. Sculpt 1. I'm a sculpt. Grab. So, for example, you could make these shape keys, like you see, an eye opening. That could literally just be part of your expressions. It took me 10 seconds. Of course, I would make it more clean. I would make the topology fit expressions better, because like right now you can see it's like interpenetrating like that. And here it's kind of ugly. Yeah, it's not smooth. But yeah, like, you can see I can adjust emotions with just shape keys. Simple. This Korean mecha robot show called Metal Cartbot, where the robots have no mouth, but the emote with eyes and eye expressions. That would definitely be something you'd love to do. I have done. That is actually really, really good. I have done an old model in very low resolution. So I was doing a 256 FES, which is some kind of challenge. It's like PS1 graphics at best. So you only had 256 triangles that you were allowed to use. And I made an entire model with expressions. And I made the expressions work because of the way that in Unity, when you do a shape key, you can also attribute a UV displacement. And basically all of the expressions that you're talking to me about, like if you had an exclamation point or like a danger sign in the eyes, all of these would be on a sheet of like a texture sheet, and we would move the texture of the eye itself onto this sheet for every expression. It's a little bit technical of a setup, but I've done it in the past. Like, you're talking to somebody that's done some weird stuff. I've experienced with multiple eyes. I've not experienced with multiple arms or limbs. That is something that I have yet to do, but it's a mecha, so it doesn't have multiple arms, right? Right? But I know of... Hold on. I know I've got it bookmarked on X. Is it still... Did they delete the post or not? I hope not. No, it's still there! Nice! I know how to do multiple arms. Still. Okay. So like if you wanted to have arms in the back that move relative to your own arms and you had like full body tracking, I would be able to make the extra set of arms move along. Hello, Yukin. Welcome in. But yeah, that was part of the thing that I wanted to just show you because you were here. Okay, now back to this. Still works, right? Yeah, I was working on the run animation, which is definitely not... It is definitely not working. Right, that was the last stage that we had. Trying to find good examples from the show. Yeah, all good. That would be helpful. Especially if you want me to help implement those things. Also, we're just gonna go and open up the Unity project. So I'm gonna lean back in my chair and I'm gonna wait, because this thing takes forever to open. It do be like that. Unless you enable the AI voice translation. I don't know how good the model is to translate Korean. I know for Japanese it's not good in most things. because like I've seen the translation for X, old name for, well, not old name, used to be called Twitter. You lose so much meaning with the translation. Some words just don't get translated properly. For some odd reason, Pokemons get translated wrong. They get translated, which is like, huh, interesting. But then it's like, yeah, Talonflame, and then it's just talking about Reshiram, and you're like, what? That is, how do you, huh? I will hydrate. Yeah, it's just so confusing sometimes. I don't know how good YouTube has it. Also, for the few people that play Pokemon Unite, and are often on the channel, we have heard news today about Pokemon Unite, and we can only extrapolate whatever that means for the future of the game, and that's not great. So the next tournament, like the next World Tournament that happens in March, is gonna be the last. And if we know anything about MOBAs and having no more tournaments like Heroes of the Storm, we know what that means. That means they're not gonna be doing much of anything more for the game, and it's gonna just stagnate or die. I mean, I think that Pokken tournament is still supported, but there's like 4 players still playing. So, you know, it's interesting. They're also not supporting Pokemon Champions on mobile for all the people that play it, because it's too buggy. Which just makes me think that, like, Pokemon is dropping the ball severely in all of their projects all at once. Pocket is just falling off. Not really. I literally don't know anybody that plays Pocket outside of like one person. And I don't think they even like play. I think they just do the collecting cards stuff. Illuminacy. Have you heard the news about Unite, which I just talked about? I don't know if you just joined. But yeah, Unite is dropping its support for the tournaments. They're not going to be happening in the same time as like the TCG or the VGC. Okay, so wait, if I remember, these things, it's supposed to be like the front leg doesn't move too much. Yeah, and then you kind of stick there. No. No, they're kind of doing what I have. But like, this should be kind of my starting pose. Except that maybe this starts here. So let's say that this is my starting pose. Contact. This is the other one. So I've got 14 and 33. So let's go to 24. This is an absolutely horrible transition. So, okay. We've got something good. We've got one good step. Okay, from 14 to 33, we've got a good pose. Because we've got the balancing of the leg, we've got a slight raise, and then down. And then I am confused as to what even is happening to this leg. Why is there like a short hop? Why? Why is this happening? Also, we're kind of in the co-working segment of the stream now that I'm done yapping. But I don't think it ever matters. Whenever I'm working on stuff, I don't know who exactly go and search for co-working streams versus who goes and search for just chatting people versus like, am I supposed to be in art? Am I supposed to be in software and technology because I'm working on Unity after? Because like technically it's art, but also technically it's software, and technically I'm doing a mod for a game, and I'm just yapping on the stream, technically, so like... Forward, and then Up, down. Stay. Then it should be down this pose, would it not? Down. Back, front. Okay, so that leg is good. So forward, back, and then it'll be forward. It looks so bad. It makes no sense. Because this leg is perfect. Okay, so a few frames after I make it raise. And then down. That end step is just a weird walk. So slide back, raise up, and then step. And then it's not supposed to go back like this. supposed to stay like so. Okay. I need a reference for this. Right, there's also the curve that could adjust. This looks good. From 14 to 33, how long is that? Could be that my timing is just bad. It could be the reason. Okay, so that's 19. And from 33 to 45, that's 12. I mean, of course. That'd be... But how much did I say it was gonna be? 90? Yeah, 90. So it would be 52, which is exactly on this. Okay, and then my 24 is exactly 10 after, so 33 to 43. Okay. The rest of my keyframes are not that great. I like the fact that the characters just floating before the steps. Nah, I need to remove everything on this. Not supposed to move. Oh, can I remove? I assume it's in the dope sheet, right? Yeah, it's gonna be there. That's on the Z location. Yeah, that's the thing I want to. Okay, why does it go down? That's. Because they still go down. It's Z and Y? Oh, because of the rotation. Okay. Oh, okay. I think that I should literally just remove every single one of these X, Y, Z in translation. Shouldn't be moving the bone. Okay, now I've got timing proper instead of just playing around. Okay, so you roll the foot back. Yeah, you roll. Okay, at least now it follows through proper. Anybody else is working on something alongside me? Maybe? Or did you manage to find the expression shark? Trying to put a basic German lesson together. Oh, are you going to be teaching someone? and ask to help a little. Nice. Forwards. Slide. That is not a slide. To be honest, if you think your brain is mush for the day, we'll go to bed and enjoy it, let it cool down. Yeah. Have a good time in bed. But that is very nice that you're putting down a little lesson to help somebody. One of the voice actors wanted to practice, and another friend actually started with Duolingo, so we thought it would be funny to practice both. Yeah! One of the nice things that I've had so far with Duo, and like learning German as well, has been that like sometimes I get through a lesson and I'm like, oh, I learned this concept, but does it apply to something else? And then I'm like, does this work like I think it is? And then she gives me a little bit more info. Having that little curiosity while you're learning is just so good. Because it does mean you're having at least somewhat fun. Yeah, that could be a way if you want to pre-test your your lessons. Yeah, that is the best way to learn, when somebody has genuine curiosity. I feel like that's high enough. Everything on this one is on 43. Why is the other one not? We wish you had someone you could ask for your Japanese other than your teacher. Casual talking about things like that makes it easier sometimes. Yeah. The only thing that's harder with Japanese, at least, is that would your friend reply to you in Keigo? Or I'm forgetting what's the other one. But you know what I'm saying. Are they going to be talking in casual versus formal? Which is something that's probably only applicable to Japanese, which is annoying. But I would assume you'd ask, like, how would you say that in Keiko? Or, like, what are the rules around this specific thing? I do wish all language that are gendered, that there would be some consistency with items and stuff. Like, why are so many things male and female, and there's kind of no reason why they would be? D is feminine, right? Because I was trying to find an example where in French and German the word has just different genders. Which I'm pretty sure, like, fork and knife, like, have different genders in both languages. Senator from addressing Kiko's more sense of business. Oh yeah, but what's the other form? If Keigo is the business, the professional one, the formal, what's the other one? Do you remember the name of it? Yeah, I wish there was some kind of rules, like all language across, because there's not really anything when it comes to French with why some things are female while some things are male. Same thing in German. And it's just like, yeah. There's no name for the non-Keigo? Okay. I guess you would just say non-Keigo. Yeah. But I would assume if you asked your friend, they in Japanese specifically, they would probably respond and that, unless they're not too close of a friend, which I guess they could talk in Keigo. I don't know what is the clear threshold. Is it on this leg? Or is it on this one? No, I just fixed the position of this one, okay. The other side. Okay, there's nothing else in the rest of the bodies, which is good because I can just then move all of that as my starting frame. Okay, my first step is a 20. $35 extending away too much. What if this stays here? This lifts. Yep, go Bedge. Have a good Bedge. Good luck at the works. I will try. What is this pose? What? It's 20 frames. Everything would end at 59. That would be my last frame. Okay, it would be this frame. It would be at the end, right? It's one swap, another swap, and another swap. Okay. Okay, it's kind of working. Okay, so I need to add some extra follow through. Okay, so this slightly higher for a better spawn. Roll, step, slide. I don't like the fact that it kind of like doesn't in stuff. There's no frame in between. Why is it doing this? I guess I'll need to manually add something so it doesn't do it. This is the timing that's ticking me off. This one is kind of... Wait. The first transition is kind of still in the front. That's before step, which is this. Yeah, 15, 30. 15, 30. looks like the exact same pose. Which I guess is kind of good, but... Slide and step. Slide. Wait. But the leg goes from way further. Maybe that's the problem. They're starting from too far. Wait. I think I've noticed something I completely forgot that I tried to do, which is stupid. I guess it would just be in these. Delete. There we go. I realized that I scaled the foot, and I was wondering why one of them was so much bigger than the other. Yeah, that's why. It's a little bit more in. Like that. Almost. Switch and land. So Huh? Oh. Kill switch. No? Where's my thing? There's control. Log. Kill switch. Okay. I have some sound that goes through my streamer bot, and sometimes I just forget that the triggers do stuff. And I'm like, what is cheese already? But then I remembered I said the word for a light interrupter. Okay, so it mostly works. It's just the end that doesn't loop super cleanly. But I'm pretty sure I know what the issue is. Wait. It's not even the same foot, that's why. It's like something is not looping properly. Yeah, no shit. I'm not even on the right foot. 1, 20, 39, 59. I mean, in theory, I don't even need that. I can just end at 39. All I would need to do before I export it is to quote unquote break the animation frames just before the end. So it loops as much as it can. Okay. So now the way that the weight distribution goes, the leg that goes up is the one that it bends towards. So here, at the waist, I should be up here. Otherwise, it should be on the other side. So, no, that's not gonna work, right? Yeah, that's... Okay, and now we adjust the other part of the body. So if this is bending this way, you stay towards the center. I don't know why there's here. This is a constant squish. Yeah, and when the leg is extended. Okay. 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 We're starting to get some semblance of weight. I did rig it! Yay! I can actually move it. I can move it. I mean, it bends how I want it. That's fine. That's fine. It's following properly. Just a little bit. There we go. Now the armor is moving with it. That's good. Yeah, it's probably going to be the same as the other one. Just a little bit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now we've got some motion in the bottom of the coat. That's the reason why I'm rigging the bottom of the coat and I'm keeping it in, because otherwise that doesn't make no sense. And I would hate the interpenetration to just happen because I'm just legacy. Okay, and that's on... It's on 12, right? No. What is on 11? Something with the leg? Okay. I'm not gonna bother with it, so... Okay, that's the right. Oh, that's not even the... that leg. Oh no, that first leg is in position. It's moving properly. Oh boy. This early. Okay, next one. This is in the front. This is in the back, but it barely moves. Still some motion. Maybe give it a little bit more of a tilt. Yeah. More. More! No, the movement is a little bit too intense for no reason. Up. Yeah, it's too short to really get that meaningful of a move. If I really wanted to accentuate that animation, I would also move all the fingers. A little bit too much. Hand type. No, linear. Okay, so now everything would have been fine, but no, I don't want that. Hello, Abish. Yeah, animation. It is not my forte, but it do be required. If I do this, does it? Not quite. Damn it. Oh, it needs to be that one, right? Almost. Gonna last in a world where so many of these mods get just slap stock animation to their model call it a day. Yeah, I wanted to have something Like, even if it's jank, at least I made it. Because, like, I could go on mix ammo. I could just take one of the standard runs. But also, you know, and like, what kind of animation would have this front palette even, like, swing with it? I would still have needed to adjust that. Look, that little protector is just ding, 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 ding. I like that. Can I... It's not exactly doing what I want. I want just the end to be less stuttery, but it doesn't seem like it's wanting to do it. Although I know that Mega Bonk themselves would use something like that instead, the blocky. Did I have a proper animation on this? No. Okay, and then that should be the Mega Bonk style of animation. I have enough frames that it's not stuttery, but it moves proper. Yeah, that's good. Okay, I can reopen idle. Just enough keyframes for the style of animation. There we go. Remember to save if you're working on anything. Yeah, that's perfect. This one I remember not touching it that much. Because the grind is kind of when you slide down. Wait, did I even move the tail in the run? No! I forgot the tail! Well. Okay, so 20 is the first step. Okay, so 15, raise, 20, down. Yeah, and then 39 is when it goes back down. No. Delete everything. Start again. Earlier weight paint wouldn't paint through the mesh you're working with. I mean, there's a few things you can do. If your mesh is not all together, you can use the poly paint. So let me go back and weight paint. You can always use this, where you just box select one part. You then yeah, like, let me just Alt A, B, Control L to select all linked, and then you can only paint on this part, which is, I mean, it's one option. But hello, Zex, welcome in. Okay, so up. And then after Goes trying to get his towel just on this lady to stay in place. Like a... not a bathrobe. Like a towel that you put on after a shower. That kind of towel. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's my end frame of it. Playing on 19 frame is not so clean, which is annoying. But I mean, this technically should be my frame one as well. Yeah. Okay, and now you fix the tail onto the very stylized step-by-step animation that Megabonk has. I wish it flowed a little bit better, but maybe just me being too overcritical. Maybe it's not even gonna show up in the game. Okay, am I missing any? Yeah, this one is. Okay, we're gonna do it every 5. Okay. Why am I not going to this? The new strip. Camera action. That's a lot of action. Very action. I don't even know what's going on here. Why is he stuck to the... I don't know why this exists. What's the point of this? Camera action. I've got no clue what this is supposed to... Excuse me. Wow. Okay, I hope that whatever I had before is recoverable. What happened? Okay. I don't need to push another thing. So jump, fall, grind. Run. Okay, I can... Okay, I can delete it like that. Good. So idle, jump, fall. Is it me or is this one? Okay, and then we push down, and then we delete this one, and then we don't care about it because now it's fine. I don't know why I need to push it to make a duplicate if it's gonna work regardless. So I realize this hand is not sticking to it, so I'm gonna need to fix that anyways. From the get-go it's wrong. And on 52. Okay. The hand is kind of not having a fun time. Oh boy. Oh. because the hand is also not connected. Look, that's just the arm. Okay, the shoulder is also connected. His hands look so unstable. Ah, gosh. There. Do you need to animate it? I don't think I even need to. Okay. All right. Now, if I remember correctly, I needed a web page about what am I supposed to do with the import. Although I think I could just import the model as a whole in FBX, maybe? But I still need to quote-unquote fix the textures. Pretty sure that doesn't exist anymore. That doesn't exist. This is... I don't know. What is this? This is something. There's nothing here. Okay, this obviously has a material that I know. It's this, these parts. Pretty sure this no longer exists. This still exists. That is just the white color of my teeth. Do I still have them? No. I got rid of my mouth and my teeth. So far, no visible difference. Okay, my eyes. Pretty sure. Yes. My eyes are my eyes. That's, yeah. Okay, I'm not using this hair texture. This should technically be this color. Yeah. This is the shades. This is the fur. This is the coat. This is my skin. Yeah, that would be about where it's supposed to be. Mirror. Vortex. Okay. Do you even have more than this? No. So my hands and arms, this whole section is now like this. That's all it is. I don't even see the difference. Hands. Is that hands? If anything, I'm probably gonna redo the entire thing, but I'm gonna try to reorganize stuff. There we go. Hands are fine now. Okay, the face I'm assuming is gonna be onto the face texture. At least it should be. Yeah. Where are my eyes? I feel like this is not the... I know it's not the one I'm using. I'm using face. Yeah, I'm using this. It's just... I like how the... this texture is so much darker than the chest. Am I not using a different body? I guess not on that model. For some reason. Okay, what if I go here? Take that. Yeah, the difference is pretty visible. What if I do the other way around? That is so white. This looks almost sickly. Kind of wish I had an in-between. Okay, that's better. Yeah, that's better. Hello, Trons. Welcome back. Some Minds Raft. Nice and nephew came by and made bizarre sounds to your microphone for 5 hours. Kids. Pitch shift, echo, and reverse features of Audacity. Yep, sounds about right. Kids can be occupied for hours. Is there a way that I can, like, not obliterate my lips? No? Okay. Gonna do a big spot here. Also left an enormous pile of pennies on your bed. But why pennies? Do I not have the... I guess I can just do that, yeah. I'm so confused. Where is the lip? There's like nothing here, but if I paint onto it, it adds to it. What? Okay. They paid for their computer time in pennies. Just like in the old days. I mean, you probably not do it in pennies. You just need a library card. Resize 128. Would that be no. I don't know what's the quality of the texture they use for Megabong. Because everything looks like it's just pixelated. A status update on Steam from you that says you like Lethal Company. That wasn't you. But what if you really wanted to play Lethal Company? and then use the computer to change your things. Yeah. Why is it? Because it's somewhere. Is it this here? No. Hello, Zillion. Welcome in. Where is this weird triangle that's just not filling up? That's the bottom. That is not exactly what I want. Should like right here. Okay. That makes no sense that this leaves a random triangle in there. Whatever, there's just gonna be more filling. It's fine. This is my nose. Yeah. Much quality. Yes. Okay. Right. I need to get this again. So I'm assuming there's just something both materials, right? There's something in these. Why custom normals always get screwed up for you in Blender? I mean, there's a few reasons. If you select all of your polygons and you press N, Alt N, you'll get to flip your normal, recalculate your outside. So like, if in here in the little show overlay, face orientation. So for example, which is a good thing that you made me remember, I've got some models that need to be recalculated the outside. So I recalculated outside the ear, ended up being fine, but these eyebrows are not collaborating. So flip. These things are not. I think everything else is fine. Yeah. I mean, still talking about normal was helpful because I forgot to unflip stuff. Because a custom normal got skewed. It's just reset vectors in the Alt-N. I mean, I do have vectors. I can reset my vectors, but... Yeah, my vectors are definitely getting a little distorted as well. Is this in my hair layer? It is. Yeah, it seems like my vectors have been getting wrangled like a Jeep. That little thing in texture space. Where is it? Is it the modifiers? No. Texture coordinates, maybe, that's doing this. Are these? Yeah. Texture coordinates being weird with the UV as well. That's another thing you can check. But that is not something that I recall. messing with too much. Okay. No. I'll do it right up. I was like, I know pixels are easy to do in Paint. Okay. Open image. Where would that even be in my models, I guess? Hold up. Where did you even pick this up? And 1.3.2. Okay. We're gonna make a new... I guess we're gonna make an atlas of all the things. Let's go in 512 by 512. Maybe that's all I need. Okay. From where is this face texture though? Hello? Does this thing not exist?
No, yes you do. No, what will?
You go on my lap. No wolf. And V2 face. Okay. So that's where it is. Okay, so what are all the big textures that I need to keep? Because the rest is just going to be blobs. So I need, for sure, a gray blob. Which is just going to be gray, you know. What is the... What is the heck code? Akakaka. Okay. Can I not? Do I not have a hex in this? Just because of that, I'm not even gonna use Krita. I'm gonna use paint. The only thing that's annoying is that it never respects the fact that you tell it, like, yeah, I only want to be 512. $10 million in there? Yeah, no. I would not believe. I mean, I need to take some stuff out first. Bicycle. Spare clothes. Set of keys. A half-finished bottle of shampoo. What were we talking about? Right. Hex. Okay. What is this purple? Okay. Next color. Why is this a feature that I can scroll on the color values? That is horrible. Need food. So when you're on stream, you don't eat. But when you're here, you want to eat. I make Nita sleepy. I make Cillian hungry. What's next? Tried drawing for a while, turned to like 2 hours and just got had. I mean, sometimes it do be like that. You don't get the inspiration. Okay, the problem with this one is that, like, half of the color is in the emission. Like, otherwise it's this. It's not that interesting of a color, but if you crank the emission up, now we're talking. I like how consistent I am with these squares. That's nice. I'll be able to just slap a bunch of stuff in these. Square Skills. That should be sponsored by Squarespace. E7077. Which is not exactly white. Okay, so I've got my... Okay, I'm missing the handle color. Now that you've pointed out my square skills, I'm struggling with my squares, so I guess it's over. Performance anxiety, yeah. don't need more quality than that. It might have been the regular one. Do I have this color, which I guess 30, 30, 30. Okay, I put that color on them to be slightly different. Okay. Time to do some stretch and get water for my nose. Okay. I have a texture for the ears. This texture does not need to be this big. But literally, that's good enough. Wait, I do have a texture for my code. I keep forgetting. There we go. Right, I had this as well. I can just cut into the face. I think that's gonna look fine regardless. I guess the eyes could also go there. Do I not have it without the... No. Okay. Wait, I have them fine here. Wow. Okay. Am I missing anything now? I think this is gonna be fine. Okay. From the top, face, the eye whites, I can take literally anything that's white. Don't think it's that important that you get to see that little shade of it. Okay, that's selectable, that's selectable, that's the ears and nostril, that's all the metal. There's no ladder. Gold, yes. That's the skin on my chest. That's my coat. That's the other part of my coat. That's my glasses. And little eyes. Yes. Okay. Everything in there has something now. Maybe I should have dragged all of the things here to the bottom and made this bigger. We'll see. Okay, it still lines up perfectly on that one. That's good. Okay, that's exactly the texture. Nice. Okay. Now I can go back to object mode, delete a bunch of stuff. Okay. Because of the shine, the metal probably can stay on the same thing. I think I've used exactly the same thing for gold and metal, so... But what about... It's exactly the same. all that inside of that one color. And then just sign it here. And then we can get rid of the metal. This is going to be metals. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Okay, that's the hands. Oh, okay, those are wrists, which I guess is fine if they stay here. Or there. Okay, something from this is straight up from the chest, which is fine. Okay, this is the entirety of my coat. That really looks better. Is this the handles color? Not quite. Or maybe it is. And it's the vectors doing their thing again. Why do I not have my... There it is. Okay. Now for the textures. Am I forced to use standard? I would assume probably. There is a Megabong shader. Surface blend, alpha clipping, tiling, specular, normal map. Oh wow, there's a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah. I can give it some zeolite. Outline. Can adjust that. Artistic? What? Artistic projection? Artistic frequency? What is an artistic? What? What is that supposed to be? You can adjust the rate of dissolve? What? That's weird. Okay. I'll limit my model to 3. I mean, unless I can put the... Wait, was there an emissive light? It's probably not exactly the... Gooch? We've got a gooch ramp? With intensity? That was an emission, right? Brightness, light, surface blend, clipping, LPD color, cut off map. Emission color! No, there is an emission, so I can keep it as its own thing. What if I put these there? Nah, the blue is much better to be seen. Okay, so we've got a good atlasing on the model. Everything seems to be usable. The animations are done. Let's go find the documentation again. Okay. FBX file. I'm assuming I am exporting this right. Selected object. Wait. What was the thing? Apply. Have sons. Yeah, I don't care. I don't want to apply the scale of a sun. I don't care about the sun. For all I know, the sun can just explode. I'll be fine. Models FBX. Wait, I don't think that's the right model. That is not the right one. Oh, yeah, it's gotta be the Megabump one, of course. Model. I don't want to write into. There's really gonna be a bunch of crap in there. Okay, what's the hexadecimal in this? It's that. Why is nothing showing up? It's not because of this. It's not because of the gooch. It's not that. Not that. Not that. Well, I guess this is not gonna work. Intensity 2 seems to be just about right. Okay, I need to import the stuff. It's not gonna try to get it. Ooh, that is some shiny. Okay. That looks alright. Okay. Set read right. Read right to true. Materials extract. Create an animator by copying the custom character animator controller, then replace it. Animator controller. Okay. Current animation controller is just an estimation behind it and make sure more reasonable looking animation graph, please let me know. Wow. Even the guy that made this doesn't know any better. Okay, so Cowboy, I'm assuming this is me. Skeleton 001. Yeah, that is idle. Fall. Walk? No, maybe call it run. Grind. Jump. It was working a second ago. Okay, make sure all your animations are set up to loop. How do I find that? Me do not know. Look down. Besides jump. Okay. A loop pose. Oh. Okay. Each custom character is defined by the character data SO object and needs its own copy. Oh, there's a button for it. I can input my own theme song. I can change my footsteps. I have a setting for coolness and difficulty. The guy that made this mod says he doesn't know what coolness does, doesn't know what difficulty does. So, chat, what what do we put for both of them? Don't have Krita open. Where did I save these things? No, I found them. They're in there. Scythe player, and then the passive. Oh boy. Ah, right. Custom game object that will be rendered as the player. Requires animator at root object. Yes, okay. Weapon. Custom weapon SO. How does one set up the weapons? Passive description. Okay, so I've modified the things. Oh, coolness is allowed to be with decimals, but the other one is a flat number. Alright, I'm gonna have 6 coolness and 9 difficulty. Because why not? I like the fact that you can just modify your music track. Is this the one that I have for... Oh, that's the one that... the background, okay. I could technically put it, but I feel like everybody would get their sound annihilated with how loud it is. It's been 3 years. Okay, let's just start by seeing if this works. So this is supposed to have an animator, I think. Seven. As the animator component. I don't think I've ever seen this one being used. Okay, if I use the Megapunk shader, it's supposed to be in the main text all the way at the bottom. Yeah, main text field. Okay, that's where you get your stuff. Is there something for Metalix? Smartness. The question is this gonna work too? So maybe. Build custom assets. Alright. Now to see if everything works. Massive bundles? That's not what I made. Hello? Oh, there it is. Okay. go in the Thunder store. Let's see. Megabonk. Play profile. That should be the thing. Yes, update my weapon. Okay, Megabonk is gonna open with weapon. First time that I actually mod this game. So don't know how long it's supposed to take to do it. I'm assuming it's gonna be broken as soon as I... Am I not supposed to have custom character? Okay. Yes, allows the loading of custom characters. But how? How do I put the character in? That's kind of the problem. Mm. Okay, I'm gonna need to watch a video about it, I guess. Yeah, but you're not helping me on the specific freaking mod that you talked about. Yeah. Okay. I probably need the loader, right? Yeah. Okay, the other one is broken, I guess. October 23. Oh, yeah. To load in custom characters. Okay, so that should work. Okay, so it's not gonna be in the game. Where is... Okay, let me get a character. Because I think somebody's made one before. Is that a character? That's a skin. No. Who even is that? Okay, sure. Add Sonic. That's fine. Mm, I feel like something doesn't work. And the one person I know that could help on that is not awake at this point. Okay, not sure that this fix works. That is literally the page I was looking at. Huh, made me re-download this one. Beppin plugins. Where is that? I guess I'm gonna need to search for Beppin. Okay. That should help. Just a cache profiles. Weapon. Pixie. Plugins. Custom characters. I just realized that the page that I'm at, because I was like, I'll just download Sonic. It's easy. I've seen Joe reviews it while he was showing Pochi. Yeah, because he made the mod. Am I supposed to put this inside of this? Is that how it's supposed to work? Copy the files into BEP and plug in custom characters folder. The folder does not exist. Create it. Custom characters. Copy the files. Okay, we can try that. Still don't see Sonic. So maybe I... No. No. Still not loading. Are they both not conflicting with each other? Oh, there we go. Okay, stuff works now. Okay, I needed to disable one of them because the other one tried to load and didn't, so the other one couldn't work. Okay. Which means in this folder I need to put stuff. And now there should have been a... What does the model look like? It's a file with the JSON. With just an icon for the mod itself. Okay. Assets. Show and Explorer. Okay. Asset bundle. Characters. This. Copy. Surely they can't be done at... Well, the game is already running, right? What about now? No, now Sonic is gone. For some reason. Okay, so if I set it up like this, now does it work? Sonic is back. Can I do that and make it work? I wonder. Can I just slide it in the other folder and then it's fine, it works? No, only Sonic works. So I'm missing something. Okay, I need to have the manifest. Okay. Fox, then Cowboy. Character in the meta. That custom.json. As of 1.0.1, just make sure the JSON files custom.json. The custom.json it can be found anywhere in the plugin folder. Okay, so it shows work in theory. Of course, we're at the end, the last phase, and it's not working. Okay, what does it say here? Manage trampoline. Could not find the file. This tells me absolutely nothing. But I guess I made Sonic crash. And it's super late, and I still didn't make it work. Well, we're gonna go and raid out. There's nothing else I can really do today. Thank you everyone on YouTube. Thank you everyone on Twitch. We're gonna go and raid Makona if she's not hunting yet. Thank you everyone for coming by. I'll make it work by the weekend maybe. Hopefully. Yeah, I hope I can. Hopefully I manage. It's probably just a question of closing my PC and reopening it. And then it's gonna be like, oh no, now I know where the files are. Smile. Alright.